Live from one of the most picturesque corners of the nation, from the island of Jeju, this is the final round of the S-Oil Championship for 2024, the second to last event of the entire 2024 KLPGA Tour season, and we are in for a barnstorming finish. Kim Soo-ji and Mata Som are our co-leaders at 13 under par as they near the midway mark of their rounds. Pae So-hyun up to the, let's call it the top of the pecking order for those not quite at the top, but close, with Ong Hyun-ji, Han Chin-sun, and Moon Jung-min. Kim Chae-hee, No Seung-hee, Park Hyung-kyung, and Lee Mi-jung all rounding out the top 10 after our 88-player field was cut down to 65. Over the course of the next 2.5 hours, we will determine our champion, with 900 million won up for grabs in the purse this week. 162 of that, well, it's been set aside for our eventual champion. Might that be Pae So-hyun, as she takes up the birdie to take that third position all by her lonesome. 3 birdies in the first 8 holes. She is off to a red-hot start to this third and final round. Of course, a bit of an abridged tournament. After Friday, we were typhooned out, if we could say it that way. Incredible amounts of rain, wind, and somehow the course looks as pristine as it does. Big kudos and tip of the cap to the grounds crew and tournament officials getting the stage set for what should be another super Sunday. As No Seung-hee also with a birdie at 8. She goes to 10 under, that's 3 back. Back-to-back rounds of 68 to begin the tournament, and we headed to the first hole of the back 9, the Pine Course. Han Chin-sun, a 9-iron, and will be descending onto the green. She hits the flag, my goodness. It rattles and rolls back about 5 meters. I guess that is the purest definition of attacking the pin. Less dramatic, but similar result in that she's able to reach the green. And how about this for a fascinating pin placement for the final round? Significantly uphill. You basically need to take an escalator to get up there. It's Park Hyung-kyung at 9. She needs to finish as the winner. No pressure to take the points and money total for this 2024 season. She'll have another go at next week's SK Networks, SK Telecom Ladies Classic. And now Kim Soo-ji. 123, she just missed the sand trap off to the right of the fairway with her tee shot. Just in that little U in the bunker. She needs to go over that. Slightly into the wind, though it's fairly calm at the minute. She is well left of center. She was taking no chances with that sand trap and will be putting to try to extend. One of the most fascinating things about this group is Lee Mi-jung had been our leader. Start of the day at 12 under, she's +2, but also for Kim Soo-ji's case, Mata Som is the third and final member, and they are going shot for shot, trying to take the title. Lee Mi-jung on with a bit of backspin to bring her closer to the front of the green, not quite on the fringe. diagonally driven ball to left side of center. Bae So-hyun in a really nice run of form at a crucial point of the tournament. Now Kim Chae-hee, it is a downhill putt inside of 5 meters. She looks to go to 11 under. The line just gives out on her at the end. And at 10 meters on the nose, here is Kim Soo-ji, who's always going to feel like a setup for a par. Next to 10, Hanjin Sun. 5.3 meters is her distance. Extra time to go over every last detail. Over into share of third, just a bit too much speed. The line was there for her, but she pops out the back. Close call, but nothing to reflect positively on the score. Matasom, she literally gets stuck in a divot, and that's the only thing preventing her from rolling back down the hill. I'm fascinated to see how the ball will stay when she's able to mark it off. Jung, the putter, well, it has not cooperated for her today. Number 9, Bae So-hyun, it's 108. Pin today here, 20 yards off the front. That's the exact middle of the green. 8 yards from the left fringe. She too will traverse to the top table. Just a little simple finish. Kim Soo-ji with a par, and we'll head to 9. Still up at 13 under. And we'll see what Matasom is able to do next. She is onto the back nine and within touching distance.
위원님 좀 불러주세요. 예.
Beginning with a powerfully struck drive. Jung to position perilously close to the rough. Too much speed, that. Bit of a strange one from Nosungi. Settle for par back to 9. Kim with a big blast with the driver.
자, 플레이하겠습니다. 멈춰주세요. 플레이하겠습니다. 자, 여러분 나가주세요. 바깥으로 나가주세요.
10 out of 10 drive. Jung and company are away. 10 holes to go to determine a champion. Won't quite count Park Young out of it yet, though. She needs to start birdieing and needs to start birdieing often. That will be a good way to start. Really good up. Down and attacking. The green of the par 3, Sonye Bean. The update is that the ball has stayed put. Defying gravity. Left to right, and a bit too much break. as good as it gets. A deep drive and a simple wedge. Makes it look easy when she executes like that. It's a nice combination, these greens. A little springy, but still a bit softened up from all the rain this week. So close. So-hyun not able to influence the score. Left located pin. She went looking for it, but ends up off the green and into the hillside rough. Pinpoint precise. Just needs the putter to come to fruition and help her improve upon the score. Jung, there's no doubt she's been fighting it a bit the front half of the round. That's not to say she can't right the ship. Right up to the top step. Nice shot indeed. Well played by Kim Soo-ji. Just about 3 feet only remaining on the putt, but breaking away immediately to the right and costing her an opportunity to go low. So as we zoom out towards the mountains after 20 minutes for third round coverage, we show you the updated leaderboard, and not really much has changed. Hong Hyun-ji and Pae So-yeon have separated themselves from Han Shin-sun and Moon Jung-min to be shared for third, one back of the lead, but it still remains Kim Soo-ji and Mata Som atop the S-Oil Championship. So working around the greens, this is Mata Som. Gets about half the distance that she needed. Not quite enough speed to inch ever closer. A raucous ovation for Park Young-young. Good start to the back nine. She needs at least 2 more, probably 3 or 4 on the way in to be in with a chance. Chalk that up to a proper miss hit, because that's going to end up on the fringe. One of those starts to the round. She'll need to work with her caddy and mentally reset before the 10th green, 10th tee, excuse me. So now all of a sudden, a putt from the border of the green to save a par. It's not going to have the line, so down will go Imi Jung. A bogey to take her to 9 under. That is 4 bogeys on the way out of 39. Less than ideal. Now Hanshin Sun on the opposite end of the spectrum. She's putting for birdie. For us, it's going to look right to left. And she's navigated it well. Now just 1 back of the leaders, and what a round. 5 birdies, 2 bogeys. Without them, she'd be leading this tournament. Suji doesn't move for her at all. Dead straight off the face of the putter. Not going to be able to rack up 1 more before the turn. With a 34 and a co-leader with 9 holes to play. Beginning number 12, Hoda Bean. It's our social contribution, par 3. Donation of 500,000 won for every single birdie to local children's initiatives across Jeju. Soames saves that par. Does enough to be right level with Kim Soo-ji, heading to the back nine. goes Pei So-hyun.
네, 알겠습니다.
From left of center of the fairway, this is Moon Jung-min. Approach on 10, 392 yards only this hole. Backspin comes in just in the nick of time. Using the available width, Park Yang on the tee at the par 3.
네, 알겠습니다.
Next up at 12. It's Hanshin Sun. The hole she's on matches her score for the tournament.
자, 그럼 거기 코스 내에서 음주 안 됩니다. 술 넣어주세요. 자, 이제 플레이할게요. 자, 플레이하겠습니다.
Kim Soo-ji watches with a bit of apprehension. She was making a beeline for the cart path. The rough actually saves her. Park Yang walked it in. She was pretty sure, pretty quick.
스타트만
gonna be
소리도
on.
이 앞에 속도 약간
Hong Hyun-ji. She has an ear-to-ear grin. You can't falter for it. It is a really, really nice-looking scorecard. She's a co-leader now, which means there's 3, including Moon Jung-min. Great drive as she skitters across the fairway. Go down to 10 on the green. Bae So-hyun, 11.1. Slimmest of probabilities for birdieing, and it ends up being a good prediction. Right to left breaking putts that will require one more nudge. Jung-mi adds her second birdie of the day at 11. Brings her into the top 10. Off the post, but nothing to show for it, unfortunately. Will be a par. And now Peng Min-ji. She might not be competing for a win, but this is one of her best outings in recent memories. Plenty of time to get into that top 10. It's her third birdie of the day. Beginning with a uneventful but well-struck drive for Bae So-hyun into the fairway. One of our standout rookies. She's not going to be able to get to the rookie title this season, but she is certainly giving us a glimpse of what's to come down the road. Obviously that quad on the front nine, less than ideal. She hasn't let it completely tank her round though. Kim Soo-ji, after her drive found the rough, she drops in a dart, digs in two, keeps her within a meter and change. That should all but certainly ensure she goes to 14 under. Not as dramatic, but no less impressive. It's a good on. Putter, the club that she just took from her caddy, is going to be the thing that separates them, if there's to be anything, over these next 2 hours. Nice to see the blue skies back out on a Sunday on Jeju. It's Hong Hyun-ji now sharing the top spot, though she has played 5 more holes than her other co-leaders. 13 under is the score, but that could change in a hurry when Kim Soo-ji and the group reach the 10th green. We'll take a quick break and be back with more at Elysian Jeju, the final round of the SOIL Championship here in 2024. Welcome back to Elysian Jeju. Amy Jung from the sand to the green. Fighting it to start the back nine, just as she was fighting it a bit on the front. Now Pei-So Hyun, the pitching wedge approach. Will be just about pin high, close to the fringe. Next for Amy Jung from the rough, that was to avoid a 5th bogey. She is plummeting down the leaderboard. Disappointing for her, obviously. Now Moon Jung-min, 50-degree wedge. Her approach at 11. So 108. Needs to get up the hill. Plays really like 115. Little backspin keeps her in with the chance. Som now 9.7, starting left, straightening out. That looks good. Oh, just a bit too quick. The line was perfect, but carrying too much speed and pops out. Beautiful vistas across Jeju with Halasan on the horizon. Tallest point in the nation. It's the southern portion of it. 12.5 million won have been donated already, with 500,000 won for every birdie here at hole 12 this week. It would take something miraculous to move that up to 13 on this particular shot. Jung-mi finding herself in some trouble. Opposite side of the green. Opposite side of the green side bunker, that is. Kim Soo-ji gets her just desserts. Really good setup. She takes the outright lead, the first to 14 under. 8 holes to pad it from here. Also needing a wedge instead of the putter. After the tee shot at 12. It was about 4 meters past. She was underneath the hole in the greenside bunker. This one comes in just in the nick of time. Having to contend with the tailwind as well.
카메라 소리 안 나게 해주세요. 자, 플레이 하겠습니다.
Next to follow suit. Tassom also making it work with the driver. Will she stop in the fairway? See the blades of tall grass rustle, so she's at least bordering on the rough. So Hyun 4.9 just dives off on her at the end. Jung-mi tracking and only just missing. A par for her on hole number 12. We'll go to 15 in the meantime. Just one back home, Hyun-ji, but running out of time to add a bit of buffer. Not as deep as she needed to be. She'll roll back towards the front with the pin perched in the back right corner in this final round. Moon Jung-min goes to a tie for 4th position. It's her 3rd birdie in 11 holes. It's a good putt. And she's yep, that will go. Great putt for her. She goes into a share of 2nd. 2 bogeys and 6 birdies on the day already. It's been an eventful round. Disappointing end for Park Yang-young. To the rough with the tee shot. 2nd shot to that point on the green, and she misses, and will cost her a stroke.
저희는 146 그대로 사이즈는 196 그대로 맞추고요. 있으면 한시 괜찮을 것 같은데 처음 펼쳐 바람 확실히 스매치 138 기로 사이즈 너무 낮죠.
A 6-iron for Moon Jung-min when she's finally ready to swing.
이쪽에서 12시 1시 왔다 갔다
with work to do. And tiptoeing closer and closer. Only one last nudge. Hyun. All coconut water, get some hydration. The next on with a little right to left breeze. Kim Soo-ji playing it well. This is anything but straightforward. Also approaching at 11. 9-9 for Matt Dasson, but has the tree branches to contend with. There comes landing, but into the greenside bunker. Grass bunker, that is. Kim Soo-ji with the third birdie today has gone to the outright lead. Hong Hyun-ji is on pace for a 65, a remarkable score, a remarkable round in progress. She shares second with Han Shin-sun and Matt Dasson. A bogey for Park Young-kyung on 12 drops her to 10 under. That's 4 back of Kim Soo-ji in this final round of the S-Oil Championship. And welcome back to Elysian Jeju. A couple of close calls. But the birdies in the last 2 or 3 minutes have proven to be a luxury. But Som able to hang on for her par. The necessary adjustments on the right to left breaking putt. Sun will approach next. This is her third on the par 5 14th. Only 117 to go, and we'll be coming downhill to the green. That is near perfect, and actually rolls back into her own divot. Otherwise, she might have been even closer than that. She's been striking the ball exceptionally well these past few holes. G. Speed-wise, she was just about right on the money. Slightly more to the right than she had needed to be. She'll settle for a par. And now Park Young from the sand again. Another struggle off the tee. She runs that really well, though. Pars and bogeys typically aren't the worst. Excuse me, the pars aren't typically the worst. The bogeys certainly are never ideal, but when she is in pursuit of a title, it's making the job a bit more tricky. Kim Soo-ji was able to tap in at 11. It was almost a certainty after her approach. She now has a 2-stroke advantage. 15 under par, and now waits for the green to clear here at number 12. Watches on with a bit of intrigue. .6 meters for No Seung-yi. Lots of speed. We'll get her there. Well designed, well struck. Tied for 10th, 10 under with her 3rd birdie today.
플레이하겠습니다.
Mother Nature has delivered today. 22 degrees and mostly sunny skies. Down to the final 7 holes, and Kim Soo-ji is starting to head for the horizon and is showing no signs of slowing down. She'll play the 6-iron here at the par 3. Trying to muscle that over. She can afford a few pars. Birdies have been a bit of a rarity on number 12 today. Jungmin and her driver on the 13th. Right down the middle of the fairway, no complaints there. Som joins her partner on the green. Sun trying to keep Kim Soo-ji slightly within grasp. She is in the twilight portion of her round with only 4 to go, but she's within the 1 stroke. 7 birdies today. She has been absolutely torrid. Is making the sport look easy. That is certainly going to be trouble. Not sure if she's got something in her eye, but the German's not out to take a quick look at her. Doesn't seem quite right. Again, Young hasn't seemed quite right for the last 2 or 3 holes or so, but able to avoid going back-to-back bogeys with a really complicated putt that she calmly slips into the bottom of the cup. Now Hong Yeon-ji, a 7-iron on 17, 124 to go, and gets it nice and close. Wow, what a shot. To be honest, those look to be the best seats in the house, if you don't mind spending an afternoon in the pond. We update you on the race to the WeMix Championship. Uni not taking the week off this weekend. Park Yan-gang, Park Ji-young, EA1, Hung Yi-min, that's the top 5. Kim Soo-ji, she could make a big move towards the podium positions if she's able to secure yet another title here. You hear the ooze and the disappointment emanating on that shot from Imi Jung. .117 for Moon Jung-min. And up 1.4 meters. Directly over the sand, you could see the flag doing tossed around by the wind. And she's just going to clear the sand and rolls off the rough onto the green. Only 36 meters for Kim Jae-hee, a little lift to clear the sand. Not the roll when she reached the green that she was hoping for. Look at that backspin, my goodness. Looks like she has a remote control of the ball and just yanked the stick down. Couldn't have asked for much better. Let's take another look at this from Pei Sung-yeon. Okay, that's a pretty good shot. No, that's an excellent shot. Rolling the sound effects. Kim Jung looking to avoid a bogey. Might make it worse. She comes so close. Not to be though. Kim Soo-ji, she wasn't going to birdie out. Settle for a par to keep things just a little bit interesting. How kind of her. That was an effort to preserve the score, but alas, par has gone missed, and she will be relinquishing a stroke. Disappointing way to end the round with the bogey, but grand scheme of things, lots to like about this Sunday performance. Top of the flag to watch the ball sink. ENG adds one more, tied for second now. It's going on 9 birdies and just the one bogey. A really, really impressive round in progress. Settling for a par here. And that allows the feature group to roll on over to the next 13.
할게요. 움직이지 마세요.
The final 6 holes, 2/3 of the way there, Kim Soo-ji. That's Hong Hyun-ji within 1, though she only has 1 hole to go.
자, 플레이하겠습니다.
Off strongly as we would expect. Oh no, Sugi off the flag and down. It's a nice pickup for her. Back to back now. She goes tied for 7th.
자.
That short distance remaining, Pae So-hyun, her first birdie in the back, 9. 13 under, tied for 4th, her score now. So updating the leaderboard, Kim Soo-ji's advantage is 1. She has 5 holes to play. Hong Hyun-ji on the 18th and final of her afternoon within 1, but might just be out of time. She would absolutely take a runner-up position with no complaints. Han Shin-sun, we're watching closely. 2 holes further along than Kim Soo-ji, so just within the 1 stroke. As we near the bottom of the clock, just about 2:20 p.m. local time here on Jeju. This is SBS Golf's final round coverage of the US Oil Championship 2024. And welcome back to Elysian Jeju. It's 92 meters for Kim Soo-ji. She is going to play the sand wedge, 48 degrees. Left to right breeze over the sand she goes. And oh, too much backspin. Leave her as the furthest from the flag.
네, 카트 지나간다. 양쪽으로 나와주세요. 자, 카트 지나갑니다. 양쪽으로 나와.
Also with a little backspin. It's a makeable putt for birdie. It'll be a downhill effort. Number 14, No Seung-hee, continues to crisscross her way around this first par 5 of the back 9. Looking young, she is back to work. A momentary blip at 12, another tee shot gone awry at 13, but she has sorted it all out. Could be just in the nick of time for late round push towards the top. Kim Soo-ji will never counter out. One of her trickier efforts, though. She would have been there on the line. It was coming back to the right. Shot at par 5, 14th is uneventful as it should be for the second. Tessa, she is going to take every available moment to ensure she gets this sorted out. It's only a meter and a half. It's uphill. There is some unassuming break here. Right to left. Right on the money. How about that? Okay, tied for second once again. Her first birdie of the back nine after a 7-hole absence and a run of pars. Closes in towards the top. Ju also with the birdie. She was certainly a headline grabber after the opening round. Faded a bit away from the conversation yesterday. Could pick up a couple of birdies here on this home stretch.
빨리 좀 나와주시겠어요?
Now Moon Jung-min 103, the approach of the par 5. Backspin keeps her nice and close. The fairway to the right, landing in the rough. Okay, so Yun 101. Her approach on 5. Backspin takes her a bit further away from the pin. Suji, oh, she's dialed in. Just lacking the club twirl.
수고하셨습니다.
Following up on 16, the final par 3 of the tournament. Sun's been attacking flags left, right, and center. A little bit deeper than would have been ideal here. Close, very close, but nothing to show for it. is the next to begin the par 3. Tilts her head, wondering if she's going to like it. Like she's going to be dissatisfied. It's certainly not exactly in that 3 to 4 meter range that she was hoping for.
알겠습니다.
Lecture prep time. Is it being too tough a nut to crack? Birdie at the last. It's an excellent way. In fact, it's the best way to end the tournament. 1, 2, 3 birdies in a row. 6 of them on the day. Absolutely wonderful finish. Some finds herself in the tall grass, takes the hybrid to rip it along. Back into the fairway. ENG.
Nice play.
Pars at the end. You can hear the congratulatory messages. Nice play. I'd say so. She ends her 54th hole, just one back of Kim Soo-ji. It would take quite a change in momentum and fortune. With how well Kim Soo-ji is striking the ball, I think this 15 under score will likely see 16 or 17 in a hurry. So far this week, Moon Jung-min, bogey birdie. To make that bogey birdie birdie. guess bogey birdie birdie would have been the ideal, but bogey birdie par. One of each for the week. Round out the bingo card. A 16 Hutchins on 10 meters exactly. Loses its speed and didn't quite have the break either. Tiptoes closer and closer. But just stops a few revolutions short from the fairway around the fringe. It's a decent one for Park Young-kyung. And now Lee Dong just hangs on long enough. A millisecond more and it might have dove underneath. Just her second birdie today and well worked. Down through the rangefinder just to see where it goes, and Matasom says, I don't need to see that one. Delivering the approach to, let's call it 6 feet. It's a good one for Kim Soo-ji. In terms of the updates, there's not much. Kim Soo-ji remains leading. She's on hole 14. Hong Hyun-ji is in a 64 today. That 8 under will be untouchable as the best round of the tournament. Kim Chae-hee, Chae Ga-bin, Yoo Hyun-jo, they round out our top 10 with about an hour remaining. Unless there's to be a playoff. Never say never. With Mata Som in the final group, just one back of Kim Soo-ji. She is tied with Han Chin-sun and Hong Hyun-ji, the runner-up position at Elysian. Welcome back, Kim Soo-ji, putting with the wind. Looking to create some separation. Didn't quite have her alignment solved. The final par 3, Park Hyun-young. Wedge in hand, it's the wrong side of the green, both in depth and width. Disappointing one for Mata Som. Can't find one single issue with that on. Pae So-hyun delivers a beauty. Kim Soo-ji knocks in the par, short and simple. Advantage stays slim at just the one stroke. Well, we meanwhile are curious to see what Han Chin-sun, can do. Eight iron for her on the second to last hole. Not quite as dazzling as the group mate, but a very, very good approach nevertheless. Par as well for Mata Som. Inside of the top 100 in the worlds. Already a winner this year at the Hana Financial Group Championship. It was the second of her career. Oh, Park Ji-young slaps it off the flag. And a whole lot of backspin. Zips her back by about 8 meters or so. Well, we've arrived on hole number 15. Let's take a look at it from the air. 344 meters, this par 4. Cart path down the left side, 2 bunkers just before a big, almost 90-degree snap to the left. Between the bunkers and the wide bit of fairway, and anywhere from 130 to 110 meters before the the front of the green. The pin today here at 15 is just 8 yards from the back and 7 yards from the right, which brings the sand trap into play on this Sunday afternoon.
제자리로 나가시겠어요? 자, 칠게요. 멈춰주세요. 자, 플레이하겠습니다.
Well, entering the final quartet of holes, this green on 15 where they're headed. You see the putt taken from off the green, and it is a slow saunter back towards the flag.
다들 나가세요.
Big swing, and Mata Som, Im Jung, and Kim Soo-ji are away.
갤러리 코스 밖으로 나가세요.
Some frustration emanating from the supporters. They thought they were about to witness a birdie. Moon Jung-min has her par on 15. She is hanging around near the top. 3 holes left, though, to make a charge. As we go back to 18, Park Ji-young, 2-time champion of this tournament. 5.5 meters to reach 10 under. After a shellacking of the flag, she is able to record her 6th birdie. 4 bogeys as well means it is a 68 in the final round. She ends at 10 under. Short, simple, and effective putts. 5 birdies now for Bae So-hyun. She also just has the 3 holes to go. for Park Young. She's on for yet another top 10. It's basically a certainty every time she steps on the course. Again, Joe, her final hole, and just missing left, looking for the birdie. Three-hole sprint to the finish. It begins with the par 3, a 3, 4, and 5 respectively to end our time on the Pine course. 168 meters. It makes it the longest of the 4 par 3s. We've seen the 2-level setup here. Front and back changed by a significant margin. Sand trap to the left as well, and the pin today, it is 18 yards from the back of the green, 10 yards from the left. It basically means it is comfortably on the back step of the putting surface.
하겠습니다.
Second shots now, which means it's approach time. Just about pin high, but some work still to be done next. Sonia Bean, 71-meter approach on 18. The reason we've seen so many birdies here today, it's a very attackable pin. Takes it all the way to the fringe. The backspin brings it on. Well, it's attackable, but that's not to say it's easy. Kim Soo-ji and Co. All various degrees of difficult this upcoming putt for birdie. chance with that one whatsoever. It's a nice tee shot to begin the final par 3. Now on 17, this is Pak Young. She's done a lot of fringe seeking today. Another rather complicated putt as she finds some difficulty with the driver once again, going off into the rough. Kim Soo-ji still hanging on to the slimmest of leads. She's away on 15, up by 1. Mata Sonpe, Sohyun, Han Shin Sun, and Hong Hyun-ji all tied for second at 14 under par. It's Kim Soo-ji's tournament to lose. The major champion from just a couple of weeks ago. Well, she is looking for win number 7 today, and she's in the driver's seat to go on and get it. Well, it is 3:08 p.m. local time here on Jeju. Great to have you along with us for SBS Golf's final round coverage of the S-Oil Championship. We are very much in the home stretch, with everything still to be decided. The podium certainly just as up for grabs as is the win. The person in the position to go on and take it is Kim Soo-ji. This will be her putt for birdie on 15. Up the hill, needs to run it with speed. Leaves herself with little more than a tap-in putt for par. Sonia Bean on 18, looking to finish with a birdie, playing from the fringe. Our 54th and final hole. But he scored as a par. Tied for 10th at 10 under, a 69. Birdies at 6, 9, and 17 here in the final round. With our featured group, next to play is Matasson. 8.4 meters, and we'll end up almost perfectly side by side with Kim Soo-ji. Aspiration. Yeah, I'll take the flag out, thank you. And short way to end the tournament. Pang Min-ji, couple of bogeys on the way in 10 and 17. She finishes at 8 under after 3 rounds. Jungmin adds another to her daily total. At 16, a great tee shot leads to her 4th birdie of the afternoon. Moves it to within 5 feet, but again, Park Yeon-gyun playing from the perimeter and really eliminating her chances of birdies. Kim Soo-ji's chance for birdie. Slip through the fingers. She'll head to number 16 with 1 stroke as her lead and just 3 holes to play. Satisfying approach. Another good one for Han Jin-sun on a day that's been full of them. Soo-yeon is over there searching for her ball after the tee shot. She's going to catch the foliage in the backswing. It's 21 meters to the flag. It's always going to be tricky to keep any modicum of control. I think that's close to the worst case outcome, let's be honest. That'll be her putt for a par. Speaking of putts for par, Pak Yang at 17. Right to left downhill putts. She goes for a ride and pops out the other side.
거의 포기했어? 맞아. 라이 많이 안 보여? 아니야, 평지로 가도 돼.
Jungsun now 3.7. Would put her in a share of the lead and put just a bit more pressure on Kim Soo-ji. Not a simple one by any stretch of the imagination. Knew it was going to dive in. Barring some kind of absolute and utter capitulation, that was the unofficial end to her tournament. She would need Kim Soo-ji to really stumble in to have any chance to play off. At this point, it would be a rather long playoff. You can see the disappointment across her face. 8 birdies to date to go along with 2 bogeys, 66 in the final round will always do wonders to propel you towards the top. So again, 14 meters for par. She was determined not to miss shorts. Kim Soo-ji, Mata Som, and Amy Jung have to stay patient as they wait for their turn to begin the par 3. She's already going to be dropping. She's determined to ensure it's only a 1-stroke concession. Young's putt for bogey. It's 2.6 meters away from the hole. That's simple, without pressure. Uphill right to left. Minimizes her damage. Good putt. Down to T5 now. Our first bogey of the day. 17 will be next.
다녀왔습니다.
30 minutes away from knowing if this is going to be another title for the career haul. Fifth in the points entering this tournament. Certainly she was as well. And the line, Oda Bean with an ear-to-ear grin as she birdies 18. Tied for 10th at 10 under after 54 holes. Tessom has the honor, a 6-iron for her on the par 3 after extended 10-minute delay. Unable to keep that on the putting surface. It starts in the fringe and ends in the fairway just around the back side of the green. Next to 17, the par 4, Moon Jung-min beginning. Second to last driver shot of the afternoon. It's a good tee off down into the fairway. Last couple of glances at the notebook. Where's the pin? She asks her caddy. Officially 27 from the front, 10 yards from the left. Kim Soo-ji is ready. After her brief pause, does that do anything to slow the momentum? It's not a poor shot by any stretch. A little further than what would have been ideal. So our featured group is down on the march down towards the green, the ever-increasing gallery to follow them. Now Pei So-hyun looking for a bounce back. Only a 5 wood off the tee here on the par 4. And it is a good one. She chooses accuracy over power. See if she can have some better luck with the approach this time around. We'll step aside here as we wait for everyone to their respective approach shots. Hong Yeon-ji in with a 64 and 8 under. Han Chin-sun 66. Matt Tessom, Moon Jung-min, Pei So-hyun, No Seung-hee, and our leader Kim Soo-ji, all within their final 3 holes. And Park Hyun-kyung on the 18th green, trying to stay in the top 10. Time for another break. Back on the other side with more. The final round of the S-Oil Championship. is able to play her second on the par 3. That's Hanjin Sun finding the green of the par 4 with a really nice approach. That's much more like it.
살짝 더 봐도 되고. 컵 이상은 못 때려.
It's a little bit deeper than pin high for Kim Soo-ji. Starting to pick up here in this final 30 minutes or so. Be another crowning moment in what has been a fantastic year for Kim Soo-ji. 28-year-old looking for her 7th career title and her 2nd of the season. It's been mistake-free thus far. Would very much like to keep it that way with how fine the margins are at the top of the standings. A bit too much right to left break. She anticipated it, just couldn't make the requisite adjustment. She'll tap in for a par. And it's all down to the par 4 17th and the par 5 18th. The former, well, that's where we find Moon Jung-min, an 8-iron for her. She goes 122 meters over the sand. Not quite a full swing as it moves right to left and ends up left of center. Kim Young 152, playing her 3rd with the hybrid. Supporters applaud as she clears the sand and ends up on the green. Leads our final group on the 17th tee, runs it down the right side of the fairway and in comfortably. Ju arriving on the 18th green. And now Han Jung-mi playing her approach from the rough. 75 meters to go. Delivering on the approach. A little bit of help from the wind at her back. with a promising drive. Suji, well, she's at the stage that finishing with back-to-back pars would be enough to get the job done. And now here's Moon Jung-min, 6.7 meters, looking for birdie. She's got it. Good setup for the final hole. She's in a podium place now. That's her 5th birdie of this 3rd and final round. An exceptional putt. Now Sunju looking for those podium places. 6.3 meters this putt. It's a rather tricky one. Just not quite firm enough. She was one of the players being chased after the first round. Well, the first round it was. Birdies at 2 and 14 today, 1 bogey at 6, and all pars the rest of the way. And now Pesohyun, it's inside of 2. Shouldn't have any issues with this, but misreads the break, expecting more of it. Pushes it wide, and she knows how big an opportunity that was.
잠시만요.
And it's a bit too loud for her to play the putt. She'll back off and go through the motions once more. Disappointed not to influence the score after a much, much better way of attacking and playing the 17th. Now Hong Jung-mi, 5.2. Burns over the inside lip. Not enough on the line to get it to drop. Buckingham 4.8 in what she is hoping will be her last stroke of the tournament. Looks good line-wise, but a bit too quick.
좋아. 네, 최선을 다. 네, 부럽다.
네, 최선을 다한 프로님에게
Buckingham reaches the finish line, and
수고하셨습니다.
scores are now 68, 68, 70, the tail of the tape for her this weekend. Suji stands over her ball in the fairway. It'll be a 7-iron for 126 up the hill and into the wind. Okay, so yeah, birdie each of the first 2 trips around this 18th. Sue's on the right foot again, driving that powerfully down the fairway. Drone over the pond as we get ever closer to the 17th green, leading us to the finale.
수정아 이거 안 걸려?
나중에 10개를 놔두시면 안 돼. 선수 일로
넣어야 돼 여기다? 이거 언덕 타고 가야 돼.
지나가는 거. 그거보다 좀 더 나겠어. 어차피 언덕 넘어서 뚫은 다음에 흰색으로 자, 플레이 하겠습니다.
From the opposite side of the green, this is Amy Jung to get the first putt started at 17. Moves that to within 2 feet. Jung in her second on the par 5, 227 still to go, and up 11 meters. That's the real challenge here on 18. And sit down without further incident.
할게요. 움직이지 마세요.
Suji. 11.3. She's not expecting to make this. It would just be a bonus. It would give her a great deal of breathing room. She needed 11.3. She gets it to about 11. Better position than that. Already the preparations are beginning for the arrival of the final group on 18. Just about. Mataso caught a piece of the cup. Not enough to influence the score. Really would have helped her out heading into 18. It's a little bit of a sense of missed opportunity. And a big blast with the wedge here from the rough. No Sungi going over the tree branches to the back corner.
자, 플레이하겠습니다. 이동 멈추세요.
Suji 53 holes down, 1 to go. 1 stroke remains the buffer. Next approach, lands behind, spin back to around that exact spot, albeit 3 or 4 feet to the left. Hyun. Only 38 to go. How close can she get?
소율
Very
챔피언십
close indeed.
2024 최종 라운드 마지막 골프인으로 문정민 프로, 배소윤 프로,
Penultimate group being announced on their arrival. We go back to the tee. Matassom, she is a co-leader. This tournament is not yet decided. Good drive to the edge of the fairway. We have a couple of players sharing this final group, each looking for their second win of the season. Who's it going to be? Kim Soo-ji or Matassom? Might we need to head back to this tee for some playoff golf? All to play for. Kim Soo-ji will just keep that in the fairway. That is one of her best drives, and she saves it for last. It all comes down to this. Or does it? We're supposed to play 72 holes this week. Maybe 55, 56, 57. Might just be exactly what the doctor ordered. Working closer and closer to this. Putts in and around 18. No Sungi, 6.1 for 12 under. Just swoops in.
보여. 한라산도 여기 있고 반대서도 보이고 오르막. 휴지 괜찮아?
많이는 안 보이지.
오르막이 있고.
The birdie here, she throws her hat back into the ring. Absolutely crushing miss. She saved the fight and the belief to the very end. Ultimately, she needed one more birdie that's not going to be found. Second shot, chews up a bunch more distance.
네, 알겠습니다.
One last hit of heartbreak. He has rode the roller coaster.
거기 중계차 왼쪽에 텐트 있지? 거기. 앞셀로.
바로 먹자.
Next up on the second shot is Kim Soo-ji with a 5-wood in hand.
네, 멋진 플레이를 보여준 스태프에게 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Back to 18. No Soo-gi to save a par. Just a short tap. He ends the tournament at 11 under. Tied for 7th. Consistency, the story. 68, 68, 69 this week.
네, 멋진 플레이를 보여주는 스태프에게는 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 수고 많으셨습니다.
67, 68, 67. No small feat either from Moon Jung-min, who's likely going to come just a little bit short in search of the title. Appears to be anything to separate two players tied for the lead. These third shots become all the more important. Starts a bit more backspin than she would have been hoping for, but she's on with a chance, Matason. Any separation between them, whether it's par bogey, birdie par, would end this tournament after 54 holes. But if they tie, we have some bonus golf on our hands. Take another look at the approach in the super slow-mo cam. Next up, Amy Jung at 59 meters. Shaped well, how's the depth? Not quite exactly on. She just ran out of steam, today. Tracking for a +5. Kim Soo-ji, she's 4 under for the round. Birdies at 4, 6, 10, and 11. But 12 through 17 have all been pars. Mata Som picks up a couple while she was leveling out. And it's 2 players battling for the victory. These 2 players inside the top 100 in the world rankings. A win and a runner-up already this season. 6 additional top 10s. Can she get number 2? There's the backspin. Brings her back to pin high. She'll have a marvelous opportunity to win this tournament with a birdie putt. The featured group will be announced as they step onto the green.
경기로 올라오고 있습니다. 여러분, 세 프로님에게 박수 한번 보내주세요.
Let's take a look at them again. Kim Soo-ji first. Thought, oh, that's not the best where it landed, but benefit of being 50 meters or less brings the backspin in. This will tell us just how to strike a wedge. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen. That is about as close to the perfect tutorial as you'll ever get.
라인은 많이 없고 오르막으로
Soo-ji, she birdied here on Thursday. Mata Som did the same. They both parred yesterday. It's through 53 holes, not one single thing to separate the 2. It is all about execution now. Last year, the 3-round winning score. Sung Eugene. 12 under with the A1 and Kim Chae-hee finishing tied for second, 1 back. Mata Som 4 top 10s, 3 podiums this season. One of them just a couple of weeks ago at the Sangsamin Hangyan TV Wow Net Open. It's 6 meters, looking to put the pressure on. She's not going to have the speed, and that's advantage to Kim Soo-ji. Go on to par. 67, 67. And today, 67. Can you believe it?
플레이하겠습니다.
She's at this point guaranteed at least a check for 99 million won. For Amy Jung, it could have been a big money type of day. She's down 26 positions. 5.4 meters for a 76 in the final round after shooting a 65 yesterday. It's Amy Jung for birdie. Fortunately for her, that is representative how the day is gone. Birdies at 6 and 14, bogeys at 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 77. Final round, that's tied for 27th position. And now, the fate of the tournament rests in the hands of Kim Soo-ji. She's played some big golf in big moments. Winner of the final major tournament of the season, excuse me, the 24th Haita Jinro Championship, and a runner-up at the Korea Women's Open Golf Championship. And now, the 28-year-olds tries to avoid overthinking, ensuring she's aligned. She's ready. This is a putt for a birdie, which would win the S-Oil Championship. Kim Soo-ji, oh, around the back and out. Off by a millimeter. And 18 holes today is not going to be enough. She settles for par as well. 65, 68, 68. She and Matason are about to hop in a golf cart and race back up to the 18th tee, and we'll do this 18th hole all over again. We're just making up for lost time, for canceled time from Friday when we got rained out. Let's take a look at it from this angle. 2 or 3 centimeters more to the left off the flag. Well, I'm sure the frustration is coursing through her. She didn't let it show in Matason. Says, all right, I guess I'm not done either. Soil executives and tournament officials, they were ready to roll out the ceremonial carpets and to crown a champion. As the scorecards are signed, it will confirm what we know, and that is 2 players at 15 under, 2 players who play a bit more golf today.
여러분들 연장이 끝난 뒤에는 바로 그린에서 시상식이 거행됩니다. 많은 관심, 많은 관람 부탁드리겠습니다.
바다선수는 333467.
네.
김수지권님 343468. 네, 고생하셨습니다. 바로
수고하셨습니다.
진행 부탁드리겠습니다.
네.
수고들 하셨어요. 네, 화이팅.
수고하셨습니다.
네.
Good luck, ladies, they say, beneath the gazebo.
자, 현장가는 김수지 프로에게 응원의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Carts, we'll see if they each get their own. You'd expect them to. It's the trick with these courses that end with a par 5 is it's not just the playoff, but is another opportunity for a mistake to throw it all off. It's different if you're fighting for your first. For experienced and proven winners, they're able to compartmentalize. And for Kim Soo-ji, it's a little apropos and fitting because it had been her inability to find birdies on the way in. She began a bit of a dry spell after going back to start her time on the Pine Course. 7 straight pars. It leads us to our first playoff hole. Whoever does end up winning, going to tie Kim Ji-hyun's score from 2017. Lee Sun-hyun, 2018, 17 under. She scored the 3-round competition. The same for Park Ji-young back in 2016. Same for Byung-hyun Min in 2013. Supporters get treated to 1 extra hole. Matasom and Kim Soo-ji are making their way back to the tee blocks. Imagine that after that approach, Matasom probably thought that she lost it there. Certainly after she saw how close Kim Soo-ji was able to get. This had been the first putt for birdie. But she left it short. The opposite was true for Kim Soo-ji, who was too strong. They remain identical this week on 18. Birdie par, rounds 1 through 3 for each of the 2 players. This was the shot that should have won it for Kim Soo-ji. One she'll be playing over and over and over again, certainly if she falls short in the playoff. Down they go, making the half-kilometer trek. They know exactly what it'll take to win. It's just a matter of execution now. So playoff to decide the S-Oil Championship. Kim Soo-ji and Matasom will be teeing off in just about 90 seconds time.
길도 서주세요. 여기서 내릴 거거든요. 하트 돌려서 와요. 똑같아. 김준일 선수 먼저 출발하실게요.
앞서. 근데 보는데 떨어지게 벙커 가운데. 그럼 이제 칠게요. 좀 나와주세요. 네. 움직이지 마세요, 거기.
So here we go again. Kim Soo-ji, the first to play. Look out on the card path. Don't even think she had time to shout 4. And there's two ways of looking at it. As we take a secondary look, that supporter, excuse me, that tournament official just got out of the way in time. Lands on the asphalt, so I suppose if she can make clean contact, maybe she tries to reach in too. She just got a gift of about 30 extra yards. Next is Matasson, just get it in the fairway. Unfortunately for her, she also finds the rough. You'd think it would be very straightforward. In fact, you'd think it might be easier after having just played this hole, but it is very easy to overthink. Neither of our playoff participants are able to find the fairway in regulation. Finished and sticking around waiting to see who wins. We'll be getting a instantaneous live update. Everyone would have seen the tee shots go to the rough. Matasson will be the first to exit. All the way across the fairway to the other rough. Her caddy will bring the club she needs. Kim Soo-ji has found it. She marks it, makes sure that's the right one. She'll get a bit of free relief as she goes sprinkler head. Matasson also on to mark, polish, and reset. No need to take a peek through the rangefinder. Just give me the hybrid, she says, and try to get as close as possible to the end of the fairway. And Matasson will shoot the next shot at 242 meters. And unfortunately for her, goes through the widest part of the fairway and once again back into the tall grass. Kim Soo-ji about half buried in the second cut. It's 207 and wedge shot, thinking, okay, Montez Holmes in the rough again. I just need to get to the fairway. Which is precisely what she has done. Not quite as deep, but will be in a significantly improved lie. Batteries in those carts are charged to full. Might need them a couple of times to go back and forth. Tons separating these two. Biggest and potentially most decisive difference is the lie. A little maintenance for Montesson. She'll take the rangefinder, confirm the distance remaining. Kim Soo-ji with a clear shot. She doesn't take enough club. Uh-oh. No guarantee that she's there in two either.
가서 막 가야지.
75 meters from Montesson. She's not necessarily in a envious position either. Two putt pars seem the most likely outcome. Might have to try this again. Looking at the approaches once more. Also no favors. birdie from either would almost certainly win it. I don't think either will be fancying their chances. Everyone will be, and by everyone I mean both. Let's be honest. Give me a par and just hope the other needs 3.
플레이하겠습니다.
Suji is going to give it her best go. Oh, just about. All that work to likely need to do it all over once again. So it's her par confirmed, and now all she can do is wait.
자, 플레이하겠습니다.
Montezome can win it here. Now it needs to stop. That's a little bit closer than Kim Soo-ji's putt for birdie about 15 minutes ago. And no guarantee that she's gonna reach. She should be able to, of course. Kim Soo-ji should have won it. The pressure and all the eyes of the field watching, and a big payday looming. Mental fortitude will be as strong as anything. Must make to force a second playoff hole. Montezome, she delivers. 19 holes, not enough. Number 20 is coming up shortly.
자, 이제 홀컵을 바꿔서 두 번째 연장전을 진행합니다. 정말 프로분들도 힘들지만 함께
Well, we've played this cup twice. It's time for a new one to be thrown into the mix, just to give the players a different look. And the balance, of course, has to be simple enough that someone has a chance at a birdie, but it can't be too easy. Otherwise, both will birdie. And I'm sure that this was planned well in advance. The supporters are absolutely over the moon that they get a few more holes. Two of the winners already from 2024 go mano a mano. So we'll review the first playoff hole. Neither was satisfied. Because of this, not enough distance in the backspin for Kim Soo-ji.
가서 가야 돼.
Took her away from a realistic shot in the birdie. Unfortunately for Manchester, she couldn't take advantage. Really close, Kim Soo-ji, despite a long way away. Matas home, the two-putt par.
김승 프로, 마라톤 프로, 또 함께 해주신 우리 테리 두 분에게 여러분 큰 박수, 응원의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Cup cut.
앞에
They'll be told
좀
where it
놔두세요.
was. They'll make
움직이지
the
마세요.
mark
여기로.
저 멈춰주세요.
on their card, and now they'll go for a third time on 18.
거의 앞이야.
틀 아니지.
어. 오케이. 자, 자.
Well, until the fatigue starts to set in, if it's not to suggest that it hasn't already, but the drives, first two shots, what we're trying to say, shouldn't be all that fascinating, though both of these two competitors struggled off the tee the last time round. Side by each is only fitting. So if the drives were to be uneventful, these become pivotal. Kim Soo-ji first to play her second, the setup shot, right down the fairway. Unfortunately for Mata Som, it's fairway to rough with her second. Taking a look at it again. She's just looking for that little bit extra power, trying to really rotate through the hips and try and give herself the best chance of setting up the birdie, but got a bit too greedy. So a new challenge requires equal concentration, but slightly different prep.
라인 옆에 앉아 있어.
It's 88 meters for Kim Soo-ji. The approach on this second playoff hole. Just beyond it, here's that backspin again. Now, is it too much? She really is zipping those back. Get nice and tight on the ball, and there you see, great divot and just so much RPM. Less ability for control here for Mata Som from the rough. Lots of loft though, and that might actually work out better.
정말 손에 땀이 납니다. 과연 1억 6,200만 원의 주인공은 누가 될까요? 자, 여러분이 좋아하는 프로님
look at both approaches once more. If it stopped there, it would have been fine, but the downslope had other ideas, picking up a ton of speed. She had been in the driver's seat in more ways than one. From just needing a birdie before the playoff, or a birdie in any of the final 7 holes, to being the better lie after 3.
플레이하겠습니다.
Too much club. The new pin placement, Kim Soo-ji finds herself in what is likely a must-make putt. Pulls it. Quite have a read of the line, and it is advantage to Matasome.
자, 플레이하겠습니다. 나이스.
It's always easy on paper, just make it and win. Different in reality, of course.
자, 플레이하겠습니다.
Matasome from forcing a playoff, forcing a second, to now a chance to win the S-Oil Championship with a birdie. And she's got it. An incredibly thrilling finish as Matasome wins the S-Oil Championship in 2 playoff holes. 25-year-old records her 2nd win of the season and 3rd of her career. It's been a very prosperous end to the season, from the Hana Financial Group Championship to the S-Oil Championship. Matasome, our winner this week on KG.
네, 시원하게 만들어도 뭐 기분 좋죠. 끝까지 응원해 주신 우리 갤러리 여러분 고맙습니다. 이제 곧 시상식이 진행이 되니까요.
Well, every angle of the winning putts. And unfortunately for her, the scorecard has already been signed. We will shortly hear from our winner. We'll
방송
go
한 컷만
through the
찍을게요.
네.
이걸로
final round
한번
highlights
찍을게요.
as well.
그래서 이렇게 흔드셔도 돼요, 영상이랑.
네.
찍을게요.
네.
네, 감사합니다. 옆에 붙어 있어. 붙으셔도 돼요.
네.
밑에 카메라가 메인. 네. 카메라가 메인. 많이. 네, 이 카메라가 메인. 왼쪽으로 당겨야 돼? 카메라?
왼쪽. 근데 타워 뒤에 왼쪽.
분리불안이에요?
Well, what an adventure this week was. Our second to last tournament of the season. What was supposed to be a 4-round affair turns into 3 once again with the washout on Friday. Multiple different players leading this tournament at multiple different times, and Matt Dassoum coming in at the end, quite literally the end. Birdie at 17, forcing Kim Soo-ji into an error on 18. And then 2 holes in the playoffs to get us to finally determining a winner. The torch will soon be extinguished, Olympic style, at Elysian Jeju.
네, 안녕하세요.
Here's Matt Dassoum with SBS Golf.
저희 수호이는 다들 아시다시피 시상식을
우선은 이번 대회에서 작년에 기권을 했던 기억이 있어서 우승할 거라고 생각을 못 했는데 그냥 하나하나씩 열심히 치다 보니까 우승해서 너무 기쁜 것 같아요.
동메달, 은메달, 금메달을 수여할까요?
네네.
끝까지 함께 함께 주시면 고맙겠습니다.
우선은 라인은 많이 없었는데 거리가 조금 있다 보니까 그냥 거리감만 맞추자 이렇게 쳤는데 솔직히 얘기해서 조금 센 느낌이 있었는데 갑자기 끝에서 스피드가 죽으면서 떨어져가지고 네 기분 정말 좋았어요. 우선은 생각했던 것보다 많이 떨리지 않아서 좀 더 잘 마무리할 수 있었던 것 같고 아무래도 그 두 번의 연장전이 좀 저에게 좀 득이 되지 않았나 싶어요. 네. 그런 거보다는 그냥 후회 없이 그냥 과감하게 치자 그 생각밖에 없었던 것 같아요. 올해 99점 주고 싶고 네, 1점은 이제 아직 시합이 하나 남았기 때문에 네, 99점 주고 싶습니다. 자극보다는 저희 이만득 회장님을 비롯해서 임직원분들이 모두 응원을 많이 해주셔서 더욱더 저희 구단이 힘낼 수 있지 않나 싶어요. 우선 노보기 플레이를 한 거를 가장 칭찬해주고 싶어요. 우선은 조금 힘이 들거나 아니면 조금 뭔가 쳐졌을 때 샷이 좀 왼쪽 가는 게 있어서 오늘도 몇 번 그런 샷이 나왔는데 이제 좀 그걸 좀 보완해야 될 것 같아요. 우선 올해 초반에 드라이버 때문에 많이 고생을 해서 내년에는 좀 초반부터 드라이버를 많이 좀 더 단단하게 해서 네, 좀 초반부터 좋은 성적을 내고 싶어요. 감사합니다. 네.
Well, she is starting to make winning a habit. And a little bit more poised in the interview, and that would be why. And it started early for her with a birdie at the first, and it was not linear, it never is. But it certainly started in that direction, ascending from the beginning. 2 holes, 2 birdies to 12 under, and that would move her very quickly into a tie with Imi Jung, who, as we well know now, it was not the most straightforward of days. The putter just caused her fits all afternoon long, and it allowed for a few other players to bring the competition to the leader after 36 holes. This was a nice putt from the fringe on 8. We'd see a very volatile leaderboard. It was that big in the bottom right corner of your screen for a reason, because there were lots of people at lots of different times inching closer to the top. It wasn't until the back 9 that we really started to get some separation. Kim Soo-ji had her first birdie on hole number 4. Take her to 12 under, which is the score that would be found. Shin Sun, look at that, 5 birdies in a row midway through the front 9. After a brief pause, and by brief we mean 2 holes, it was right back to it for Matt Desholm, going to 13 under par for the time being. And she was a little bit further along than the rest of the field, but it did very little to slow Hong Hyun-ji down on the way to a 64 in this this final round, up 13 spots to a tie for third. Kim Soo-ji, at the end of the first third of her round, would pick up another, moving into a share of the leads. But on 9, with a further out putt than normal, Mette Solm was able to ensure she stayed bogey-free at the turn. Kim Soo-ji beginning the back 9 very strongly. She would go to 14 under with a birdie at 10. She'd add one more at 11, and then the well would run dry. So let's show you her final birdie of the afternoon. She had to work for this one. Uphill putt, right to left break on it. She'd go to 15 under. And at that point, you're starting to think maybe it's enough. 2-stroke gap, something to build on. Five on the front, that was the third of the back 9. It brought Han Sun to within 1 with about 4 to go. ENG on the 17, that was her final of the 10 on the afternoon. Mette Solm would get back into the birdie column on number 13, ending a run of 7 holes in a row without picking up any strokes. On 16, Bae So-hyun also reached that 15 under. The elusive, or excuse me, trying to reach 15 under, ends up bogeying and taking her out of the fight. And then Mette Solm from off the green. Just have the legs. And 15, it would take us all the way to hole number 18, where things would get dramatic. There's an opportunity. It's down to just 2 players fighting for the win. A miss from Mette Solm. Kim Soo-ji just needed to make this putt, and she would be crowned champion. But alas, slightly off to the right and a bit too much speed. She'd loop around and go to the back. That would send us to our first playoff hole. And on it, another close call. Didn't quite grab the edge that she needed to after a bit of a roller coaster of a journey to the hole. Mette Solm in a situation where she could have won it there, but she was also off. So we'd have to cut a new hole, send the 2 players back to the tee blocks. And after 3 strokes, Kim Soo-ji missed the putt, giving Mette Solm this opportunity to win it all. And she wouldn't squander it here. Second win of the season and third of the career as Mette Solm officially won the Soil Championship. Well, the torch is lit, the sun is starting to set, and we are ready to head down to the green for the awards presentation.
다음은 멋진 코스를 펴고 계신 엘리시안 컨트롤러 김태진 대표이사님 자리해 주셨습니다. 다음은 주최사 SO일 안정범 사장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 네, 마지막으로 주최사 SO일 서정규 부사장님 소개합니다. 자, 이번 대회는 파3 전홀에 홀인원 상품이 걸려 있었는데요. 먼저 3번 홀에는 뱅골프 아이언 세트, 7번 홀에는 호지마 안마 의자, 12번 홀에는 덕시아나 고급 침대, 16번은 포르쉐 뉴 파나메라 4가 부상으로 걸려 있었습니다. 하지만 아쉽게도 홀인원이 나오지 않았습니다. 이 선물은 내년에 다시 쓰도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 본격적으로 시상에 앞서서 이번 대회 12번 홀에서 진행한 SOL 굿보디 기부금 전달식을 진행하겠습니다. SOL 굿보디 기부홀에서는 주최사인 SOL에서 선수들의 버디 기록 시마다 50만 원씩 기부금을 누적 적립하는 방식으로 진행했으며 대회 기간 중 버디 기록은 총 27개, 기부금 1,350만 원이 적립되고요. 여기에 SOL이 추가 적립하여 총 2천만 원의 기부금이 조성이 되었습니다. 이렇게 마련된 SOL 굿보디 기부금은 제주도 지역 아동센터에 후원금으로 전달이 되겠습니다. 후원 전달을 위해서 SOL 안정범 사장님과 제주도 지역 아동센터 김우영 대표님은 앞으로 나와주시길 바랍니다. 네, 백을 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 두 분을 큰 박수로 맞이해주십시오. 네, SOL 굿보디 기부금 2천만 원이 전달됩니다. 여러분 두 분에게 박수! 네, 김웅 대표님은 들어가 주시고 안정보험 사장님께서는 다시 오른쪽으로 와주시면 고맙겠습니다. 자, 지금부터 본격적인 시상에 들어가겠습니다. 먼저 아마추어상 시상이 있겠습니다. 시상은 KLPGA 김승희 수석 부회장님께서 해주시겠습니다. 자, 아마추어 선수 기록을 저한테 전달을 안 해주셨는데요. 네, 아마추어 성적을 저한테 좀 보내주시면 고맙겠습니다. 잠시만 기다리시면 고맙겠습니다. 자, 3라운드 총 3언더를 기록한 이윤서 선수 축하합니다. 자, SBS골프 챔피언십 2024 아마추어 이윤서 선수 진심으로 축하드립니다.
앞으세요. 네, 감사합니다.
여러분 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다.
감사합니다.
자, 지금부터 본상 시상식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 1, 2, 3위 선수들은 시상 대기로 이동하여 서주시길 바랍니다. 자, 영광의 선수들이 입장하겠습니다. 시상 대기로 서주시길 바랍니다. 여러분 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 영광의 메달은 SOL 아나노란 피자니 시원님께서, 꽃다발은 KLPGA 김승희 수석 부회장님께서 수여해 주시겠습니다. 먼저 동메달입니다. 3라운드 총 202타, 오늘만 8언더파를 기록한 14언더파를 기록한 홍현지 프로입니다. 다음은 은메달입니다. 총 201타, 15언더파를 기록한 김수미 프로 축하합니다. 마지막으로 SBS골프 챔피언십 2024 대회 금메달을 수상한 우승자는 1라운드 67타, 2라운드 67타, 파이널 라운드 67타, 15언더파를 기록한 마다솜 프로 축하합니다. 네, 먼저 SON 아마라 기자 지점님께서 선수들에게 메달을 수여하겠습니다. 네, 최선을 다한 우리 선수들 여러분 큰 박수로 축하해 주시길 바랍니다. 네, 금메달 김수지 프로입니다. 금메달 마다솜 프로 여러분 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 다음은 KLPGA 김승희 소프회장께서 꽃다발을 전달해 주시겠습니다. 자, 여러분 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주시고요. 자, 이제 선수들 기념 촬영할 텐데 자, 모두 네 마다솜 프로 미리 자리로 올라가서 멋진 포즈 부탁드립니다. 자, 세 번째 선수 여러분 뭐가 필요하죠? 뜨거운 박수와 함성으로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 내빈 여러분과 수상자들의 기념 촬영 먼저 좀 진행하겠습니다. 자, 여러분 선수 세 분과 내빈 여러분께 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
나와주세요. 네.
네, 이어서 이번 대회 우승자에게 우승 자켓 그리고 소래배 기상 수표를 수여하겠습니다. 마다솜 프로와 아나랄 히지아지 시원님께서는 기상백을 앞으로 이동해 주시길 바랍니다. 자, 2위와 3위 다른 분들은 이곳 사회자석으로 이동해 주시기 바랍니다.
앉으세요.
자, 우승 자켓을 시원님께서 마다솜 프로에게 입혀 주시겠습니다. 여러분 축하해 주십시오. 자, 짱하네요. 네. 자, 이제 수레배와 우승 상금 시상 투표. 자, 1억 6,200만 원의 시상 투표입니다. 여러분 박수로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 다음은 우리 선수 여러분과 내빈 여러분 함께 기념 촬영하겠고요. 우리 프로님들 모두 나와주시고 그리고 SBS의 이영호 사모님 또 내일 이 시간에 최율경 우리 사모님도 앞으로 나오셔서 함께 기념 촬영 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 선수들은 시상대 앞 뒤에도 서주시고 아니면은 노란 카페 뒤에 앉으셔도 될 것 같아요. 자, 정말 추운데도 불구하고 대회 끝났는데도 한참을 기다렸다가 이렇게 한 기념 촬영에 우리 프로님들에게 막힘없는 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 우리 프로님들 고맙습니다. 대한민국 KLPGA 화이팅!
Well, Well, an Olympic-inspired event from the lighting of the torch to kickstart the week to the podium, medals, bouquet, and stuffed animals. It's a unique take on a sport that we love in every iteration, certainly when we have backdrops just like this one to provide the stage for the best golfers in the nation to do battle. In the end, Matt Dessom wins in a 2-hole playoff over Kim Soo-ji, denying her second victory of the season and recording a double of her own for 2024. Remarkable to think that we are so close to wrapping up the calendar year, just one official event remaining on the schedule that will count for points and for a lot of Korean won. That is when we compete the the SK Telecom SK Shieldus Championship next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at La VA Bell. Imjini, the defending champion, and yes, 1 billion won up for grabs. That all leads us into the WeMix Championship, the Hyundai Beach Golf and Resort in just 2 weeks' time. And that will end the 2024 KLPGA Tour season. What a ride it's been thus far, and what a weekend it was, with a few surprises and curveballs along the way, and a whole heck of a lot of great golf. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed producing and broadcasting it here at SBS Golf, and we tip our caps to you and offer our sincere gratitude, as always, for your continued viewership and support of the KLPGA Tour. We will leave you with the best sights of the week, a week won by Matt Dessom, and we wish you a fantastic end to your weekend and a prompt return to us on SBS Golf for the SK Telecom SK Shieldus Championship. That is coming up next, but it is farewell for now. I've been Adam Jenkins. My thanks once again for your continued viewership on another great season, my curtain call in 2024. All the best, everyone, and we'll see you real soon on the KLPGA Tour